Sorry for a little bit, few minutes late start. I have a few technical difficulties with this new setup because I tried to connect one PC to another. So we'll see how it goes. Okay, let me open a few stuff real quick. Hi, so how's it going? How's your week? Okay, let's while we here, let's add maybe a music here, because it's just quite weird to sit in silence. Let me find it. This one. Okay. So we're starting little by little. For some reason my... Oh, okay, yeah. Okay, let me make a chat a little bit bigger so I could read it better. Yo, holiday for a week sounds nice. Yeah, summer break is also a nice thing. I really like, because today is like first day. Congratulations for everyone. Today is the official summer. Yeah, finally. So I think we're chill for a few minutes. Wait for some people to gather. Maybe discuss a few stuff. It's so weird how the summer can start at June 21st. Let me open my notes real quick. Hi, A17. Okay. Yeah, I have the same question for you, Maureen. Why are you asking this? Okay, so I guess we will begin a little by little. So we're together here to discuss Unreal Engine secrets, the features and the topics that we picked on our Discord, and there was quite a few topics. I think we'll go take the general topics and then hop over other topics along the way. We'll see how it goes, because I never done such thing, and I'm not sure how much actually time does it take. So we'll see. Will it be a long stream or well, a stream would be long, but the question is, will I be able to fit everything in one stream, or will just carry it over to the next one? So we'll see. There was a lot of interesting topics on the Discord, and some of them like straight to the point, other more general. And at first we'll cover those which are straight to the point, and touching those are general questions along the way. And while we're doing that, if you have more questions, you can just drop them into our chat, and also we'll see how it all goes. Maybe we'll make it more often, and maybe make something out of it, maybe like a small game or anything that will help people to know the engine better. Okay then. So let me maybe somehow open the chat here in the OBS. Okay. Well. Okay. Let's start with the basics. Let's start the engine. Okay. I'll start the. By the way, I will explain everything in the Unreal Engine 5. Good thing that for, I don't know, like 99 cases. It is works the same for Unreal Engine 4. Oh no, it's compiling shaders. Okay, because I created this new user for streams, so it would be easier to manage all the stuff. And while the... Let me make music a little bit quieter. And while engine compiling shaders, I will start explaining, and I will use the tablet to explain a few stuff, and we do not need engine at first anyway. Yes, the 5.2 is indeed already out, but I'm using 5.1 right now because I also have really cool, how do you say it, like a plugin for Unreal Engine that changes the visual design for the blueprint nodes, making them much more cleaner and easier to use. And I believe they did not update yet to 5.2, maybe. The last time I checked, it worked, so I'm starting 5.1. But for our case, it is more than enough. No, the Unreal Engine 5 is not harder than Unreal Engine 4. It is just the updated basically it is just the updated version of the Unreal Engine 4. I don't know. It is a quality jump, as it was. I don't know if you are using Blender for your stuff. It is like the jump between Blender 2.8 to 3.0. It is different, but good different. But in general, when Unreal Engine 5 was released, I was quite intimidated by it, and I was afraid to use it at first. But then as soon as I started it, I realized it is just practically the same, but also on top of it, it have a lot of more, a lot of useful hotkeys or any other stuff that create more quick and robust pipeline than the previous version. Okay then. While we're at it, let's start. While our shaders is compiling, we'll start with light. Which is more buggy, Unreal Engine 4 or Unreal Engine 5? Well, I feel like Unreal Engine 5 is more buggy at this point. Yeah, and Aiden says the same thing. Because it is at its early stages. Yeah, correct. Because Unreal Engine 4 have 4.27 after it, and Unreal Engine 5 only has 2. Because I remember when I started creating the first game that I create, which was Hello Neighbor, I started to work with Unreal Engine, if I'm not mistaken, 4.7, and it was very, very buggy. And a lot of stuff that we take for granted now in the Unreal Engine are either weren't in the Unreal Engine 4.7 or worked much worse. Okay then. So let's start with light. I hope it will work. As you can see, I did the proper setup for the OBS, and now I have this fancy transition and much faster transition between all the stuff. Okay, let's see if it works. Yes, it is. Okay, let me just move microphone a little bit to the side. Okay. Okay, let's start with light. So the question that we had in the Discord, and it was from Aiden. The question was how to set up light in the Unreal Engine, and most importantly, how to bake it, because some of the people just use only the dynamic light. So right now we'll discuss the light in gaming in general and how to use it in Unreal Engine and why. Okay. Let's start. Oops. So let me open my notes real quick. Okay, let's go with just in general how the light works in games. As you know, the games are rendered in frames. If you somehow create 3D renders, you'll know that it takes time to render just one image. So the game does it. Game engine does it every, I don't know, every hundredths of a second. And we have 60 frames or 120 frames or more per second. So each frame calculate certain stuff like logic and visual and other. So what happens when the light renders? And at first I will discuss just in general the dynamic light. So how it goes? When we have a scene, for example, I don't know, like this scene, and there is a cube in it. And we have a light source here. Thing is, when we render light, it renders basically as from the position of the camera. So the camera, and everything what I will explain right now happens in a split second. The camera are placed into the position of a light source. Then the camera basically see the depth of the scene. And by the way, I will just jump over it, not over explaining the technical part, and maybe for those who know exactly how light works, it might sound not super correct, but I will just, for the simplicity's sake, will just explain general logic behind the light. So imagine if you have like a spray can, spray paint, and you place something, for example, on the table. You place a box, and you just start to spray paint it like that, and you cover it here, and you cover it here everywhere, not like everywhere, but kind of like here. You cover everything here, but then if you're just spraying your spray paint from the one point, the paint that goes into here, it cannot reach this part of the box. So these parts are obstructed by box. So you paint here, and these parts are obstructed by box, and some of the paint reaches this part of the wall and here, spreads here and here, kind of like that. And as you can see, it just looks basically like a shadow, kinda. So everything where paint got on the surface, it colored it. Everything when it couldn't reach, it didn't paint it. So that's basically how lights work in the Unreal Engine, in any 3D software. So there is a camera that placed into a position of a light source, and then it basically kind of emit lights. It see what is abstract, its view, and what's not. And this part that is abstracted here, this information, basically shadow information, and this information goes into the texture of the anything that you see. So basically, if to put it very simply, it's basically as if shadow was drawn within the texture of the objects that in the world. Not like in real life, it's just abstract light, but basically it's just drawn on the texture. So each time the light source is moved, it is constantly spraying the paint, but each frame, it's a new paint. So that's why if you move this spraying can, it would be like if you place it here, there would be a different kind of shadow. It would be here and stuff like that. So that's how the light works. So basically have a really quick camera positioning itself over the objects and spraying paint everywhere. So what are our next steps here? The thing is, drawing this stuff is quite expensive, as I told before. By the way, let me add music here as well. I forgot to add it here. Okay. So each time camera places into a position of a light source and basically spray paint, to put it simply. And it is a very very expensive operation for a computer. And that's why this spraying can, which is our light source. No, it doesn't look like a bulb. it is our light source. And this thing have a few parameters to optimize how the light calculates. So how far do you spray paint, and which direction are you spray painting? This is we're going to this later, just remember this. So let's go back to Unreal Engine itself. This is how the light works in the Unreal Engine, and it is, by the way, already got shaders. Let's start with the blank, or maybe it would be easier with the first person. Okay, let's do this. Well, we're starting. Let's return to this thing. Okay then. So in the Unreal Engine we have, oh my god, it's compiling shaders again. Okay. Okay. Let me place this tablet here. So we have more time to discuss how it works. In the Unreal Engine, you have three types of light. It is, let me change. Yes, we have static, stationary, and movable. And right now we'll discuss what are the difference between them, and why some people prefer movable, and what are the downsides and like pros and cons of each light. So we'll start from movable. As I explained you before, the light source is a spray can, and the movable one is spraying, how would you say it? It is most dynamic light. So the pros of this type of light is that you can move it and change parameters of it just as you want, to any your desires. So basically it is fully dynamic. It has always all the parameters of it are always can be changed at any time. So what we have here, imagine a scene. Let me just add a new layer. Imagine a scene. I think I will explain it even differently. So it's hard to explain without engine. Okay, while the engine is started, let me just explain it a little bit differently. Sorry for the inconvenience. I forgot for shader compilation. Okay. Yes, correct. The movable are the easiest to set up, and because you just drag it on the map and it just works. You do not need to have any additional work on it. Besides the parameters, this parameter, oops. Besides these parameters that I explain later, you just can drag and drop it and use it as is, and it works. The pros of movable is that it is fully dynamic. So you can twist it, change color, change intensity, anything you want, and it will just works. The cons of it is that it is very expensive. So movable, oh, you cannot see behind my head, sorry. So movable is dynamic but very, very expensive. So more movable lights you have in your scene, the lower would be the FPS. So it harder would be for the engine to calculate it. And also the other negative aspect of the movable light, which is not the case, not exactly the case with the Unreal Engine 5 and its new Lumen system. We will discuss it later, but for the simplicity's sake, I will imagine if this was the Unreal Engine 4 or the Unreal Engine 5 without Lumen system. So the other thing is that this light also cannot produce the bounce light. For example, if you have a like green wall and there's a light shining on this green wall, it would color green everything around it, because light bounces off the wall and color everything. With a movable light, no light bounce. So light do not bounce, which is for example, if you have scenes that are in a shadow, for example, it would be just dark, pitch dark, and you have to use different instruments to light up the parts of the map that is in the dark, because light do not bounce, it just lights only what is, like, basically it just sprays only what's in direction. By the way, I will talk about the optimization later. So this is the movable, this is its pros and cons. Let's go to the static here, and then we'll return to the stationary later. Let's go for the static here, or yes, static. Static is the, I think, hardest to set up, but let's start with the pros and cons. The pros of the static light is that it's very cheap. It is very cheap. It basically does not cost anything. Well, it costs anything, but in comparison to the movable light, it's just absolutely super cheap, because you calculate it before and not in a moment as a movable light. I'll explain it in a minute. And the negative part of the static light, that it is, oh sorry, if you hear the PC running, you tell me, because I feel like it's quite loud, because Unreal Engine finally start. And let's see this. Okay, so here's our scene, and let's just create a new map. Empty level. Okay, so let's add basic shapes, and we'll Well, good to go. So right now we do not have any lights here. So if I'll turn on the lights, as you can see, there's nothing. So we'll go with this unlit thing, and I'll add for example this blue cube and the wall here, so it would be easier to see how the light works. Okay. Yes, when I say expensive and cheap, I mean expensive in terms of the computational resources. How much does it take for a computer to calculate it? So let's see. So we have a light here. Let's start with point light. So basically I just recreated the, let's make it less. So basically here I just recreated this scene previously that we had. So as I told you, as you can see, we technically can take the position of the light source and see how it sees the scene. So right now this is kind of like the position of a light source, and it basically covers everything in Paint, and what is abstracted, this information goes into the texture. So this light is movable. You see this, and you probably know it, but you can set up here the parameters of light. Yeah, the lumen is enabled. Let me see, but it should not be a problem. Let's leave it at that. We'll see. Right now it should not bother us. So we have a movable light. As you can see, I can move it around and it's fully dynamic. Let me just make music a little bit. So sorry for the inconvenience. Okay. So as I told you before, this is the most expensive light. Now we're stopped at static light. It is very cheap, and we'll talk about in a minute why it's very cheap. And it also have bounce light. Oops. Bounce light. So it is basically like so movable light is basically like a evil twin brother of the static light. They are completely opposite. So the movable light is fully dynamic but very expensive and do not have light bounce. And the completely opposite of that is static light, which is very cheap, have bounce light, but not dynamic at all. So what I mean by all these parameters here. So as you can see, when you move movable light, it just calculate light each frame. But when I change light to static, you see that there's a, oh no, you not see this. When I change light to static, basically it doesn't change anything. You still can move it around and it still seems like it's dynamic. But also there is a red message popped up that says lighting needs to be rebuilt for unbuilt objects. What it means? How static light works and why it's still moving. Just as movable light, because movable light places the camera, as I told you before, inside the light source, and it just spray paint. And in this case, in all directions, up, down, everywhere, because it's just in a spherical manner. And by the way, when I change to static, you'll see that there's a preview message appear here in the shadow, which is saying or us that it's not the actual shadow. So movable light calculates every frame. Static light calculates only once when you build it. What I mean by building, as I told you before, when you move light, it basically draws over texture. But when you bake static light, it is just baked into the texture. Yeah, I will return to the stationary after I will explain these polar opposites, because it's easier to start with movable light and static light, because they're just basically the two opposites, and the stationary is like a sweet spot in the middle. So when we bake light, rather than calculating it every frame as movable do, static light calculates only once, and it stays this way. All this information about position of light, like if I put it here, for example, and I bake it, I feel like I couldn't bake it right now, because let me check, because I had problem with this before. Maybe it's because Lumen enabled. We'll see if it will work. Oh no, it's building. Okay. So it have this one time built-in light, which do all this stuff that movable light do. And while calculating, let's return here. But also, as I said before, it have bounce light. So what does it mean? As I explained before, if you have, for example, like the simplest example, very bright color wall, and there's a like here, and there's a light source here, and there's light bouncing off the wall, and it colors all the objects around. This is what bounce light. So static light, because this is all very expensive procedure, because it's supposed to calculate like bounces of one and the other object, which color it picks, and how it colors the object. It do all this stuff, and that's why you pre-calculate it. So it would basically, it's like a ray tracing, if you know what it is, but very slow. You do this once and it just ray traced, but static, because you cannot move anything here. It's basically as if you painted shadows on the floor. Basically this is exactly the same. If you just take a brush and go, I don't know, and paint as if it was a shadow on the floor, this is what baked light do. It just draws shadows on the textures. That's why it is, for example, backlight here look very dark. I don't know why it's like that. Very strange. Or maybe it's I don't know. Okay, but I never built the light in the Unreal Engine 5, so sorry for that. But the idea is the same. It's Unreal Engine 4. So thing is, we're basically baking the image of the shadow into the texture. That's why it's so cheap. And also we have this bounce light. This is static light. What the thing is, when you click on the object, you could see, I don't know if you could see it behind the here where is the parameters for the mobility of the light. The same parameters is for the meshes. As you can see, this cube here is static, as well as these walls. What does it mean? It means if we're not planning to move object at all, yes, I will go to the Lightmaps volume in a second. So if the objects are static and you bake in static light, it only takes in a consideration of for calculation only those objects who are static, because you know you cannot move the object if it's static at a runtime. Well, you can, but you're not planning to do it. So because if we're bake light for everything, for movable objects for example, and then we move object, the shadow would stay on the floor because it's painted basically on the floor. And when you move object, the shadow wouldn't move with it because it's just an image of the shadow. So that's why it bakes only for static meshes, because you're not planning to move them. And that's why you might see, yeah, and also this light bounce also received only by these static meshes. That's why you might see in some games, if there's object that is dynamic, you'll see that it's lights up differently in the scene, because if this scene is baked, the light of the scene is baked, because all the static objects have all this cool ray tracing reflections, or not reflection, but how do you say it, like light bounces, and the dynamic objects do not have them. Yes, about the the thing is, what Aiden says, if you're able to pick up a basketball, you should make it movable, as an example. Yes, correct. But it's not something you change at a runtime. If the object is planned to be moved in the game, like items that can be picked up, they are movable from the beginning. If the mobility is static, they stay static till the end of time. About the light mass, yes, there's so how this light bounce works. Maybe this whole stream would be quite random at the topics, but we'll figure it out, and the next one would be more coherent. So thing is, there is a let me yes, there is stuff called light probes. As you can see, it's everywhere, and you can change its size and density. Basically, what it does when you bake light, these objects keep information of bounced light, or all the lightness of the scene itself. So even bake light can affect some of the objects, dynamic objects to some degree, a little bit. But this is, as you can see, it's everywhere, and this is a lot of information. That's why and when you bake light, it calculates everything. Maybe it's in Unreal Engine 4, it looks kind of different, but the idea is the same. And that's why you're using this. Oh no, I was wrong. That's this one. Volumetric light map. And the thing is, it calculates like around light source and everywhere else. Let me. I don't think if I can. Maybe I can show you this. No. So basically, it is everywhere in the scene, but it's just spread out, all these points. So that's why we have this thing called light mass in importance volume. This is a volume that, and you can have multiple volumes on a map, which says to the all the light sources that this area is important. So it wouldn't calculate much of a light outside of these volumes. So you can populate your map with these volumes around scenes that's supposed to be very calculated very precisely. This would make your light baking much faster, because it's not trying to bake all the huge map, only the stuff you actually need. Let's just see if we can build it. By the way, you can build light by pressing build and build light only, and there's different options for light quality. I don't know why. So as you can see, this light mass is correctly displaying the light, but these objects are not. I'm not sure why. Okay. I got spoiled by Lumen, sorry. But there might be one reason behind it, and we'll discuss it right now. And after that, we'll go to stationary. So basically, if yes, okay. So as I told you before, when you bake light, all the shadows you have, they are basically painted over the objects. And the thing is, they are painted inside the texture. And this texture then mixed with the texture of the object itself. And the thing is, this texture for the shadow called shadow map. And if you open the, for example, this cube, maybe that's why the problem, we'll see this. Oh no, not shadow map, light map, sorry. We have a light map resolution parameter here. I don't know if I can somehow zoom it. This is basically says the resolution of the texture, which would store the information of the shadow over this object, like the shadow this object receives, not the shadow that it casts, but receives. Basically, what would be resolution of the texture? As I told you before, if you like take a brush and paint shadows on the floor, it says at which resolution the shadows will be painted on the floor. So floor says takes the shadows with the resolution of a light map it has. So basically every mesh in a scene have this light map resolution. And as you know, maybe there's a UV map. It's basically how the object is sliced to receive the texture. And there is a UV map for like the texture that is used to add color or anything you want to make it look like you want it. But there's also a different UV channel for light map. So the light map for shadows is calculated by Unreal Engine. The light map, UV map for your texture, you create it when you do the object, when you model the object. Yes, Aiden says correctly. So a pencil could have 64 or 1 to 8, but builder, you mean like a building, should have 520. Yes, kinda yes. Usually the object that is of a very small or of a less importance or further away can use very small light map resolution. But there is a catch here with this resolution. Since since we are basically drawing how would you say since we're basically, there's a trade-off. Yes, we're saving resources to not calculate the light dynamically, but we're creating tons of texture information for this light maps. So basically additional textures for every static mesh in the scene, which occupies the RAM. So basically we're losing the memory to store all this shadow information rather than calculate it on the fly. We're saving other resources but losing on VRAM. Correct. And the thing is also choosing the light map resolution. If it's too low, you will see the actual pixels. And the thing is, if there's a few, like two objects near each other and they have very different light map resolution, you would see the same shadow falling on one object and looking nice, and then when it continues to fall on the object with a lower light map resolution, you would see it goes all blocky and weird and not super cool, and you have to find this balance. But again, you cannot go too high with the resolution because it's just trash your memory. So you have to find this balance. Resolution based on the importance of the object, on the distance of the object, also the style of the game, the performance of the game, like how much memory it occupies. There's a few parameters that are supposed to be taken into consideration. But in general, yeah. Also, there is some stuff, since I know everything, but in general, without like very specific parts. But I forgot I forgot what I wanted to tell you about the light maps. Sorry. No, it just slipped. Okay. No, just something very important. No, I just forgot it. Wow. Okay. I'll tell you when I remember it. Okay. I see Dr. Oplace says, I have a question for you. You just can ask questions in the chat rather than saying that you have a question, because it would be easier for me to spot your question and answer it. Okay, so as we discussed, we have a movable light that calculates light constantly, but is very expensive and do not have bounce light. And we have static light, which is the completely opposite of that. It is very cheap. It has bounce light, but the cons of it that it's static. It do not affect any moving objects. Anything that is dynamic in a scene is not affected by the static light, which is unfortunate. That's why, by the way, people created Lumen, or the I forgot, ray tracing, yeah, because it basically have all this cool stuff of static light, but again, Lumen and ray tracing are still quite expensive. But it's just cool version of the movable light, which have all the cool parts of the static, but still very expensive. So we have movable, static, and we have this sorry, and we have this mythical creature called stationary. What it does, it is kinda best of both worlds, but also have its downsides. Let me go here. So, stationary. What it's all about. The movable light is completely movable, and it is affect all the lights in a scene. Dynamic, static doesn't matter. It is affect everything. The static light only affects static, and if there would be movable light in a scene, dynamic static movable mesh in a scene, static light wouldn't affect in any way practically. But what stationary do? Stationary is yeah, and by the way, with a movable light you can change its intensity, its its color, its radius, anything. But you cannot do this with this static light, because it is baked. Basically, it's just painted all over objects. But stationary light can do kinda more. Stationary light also requires baking. If you pick a stationary light, you will see, I don't know why it's not showing here, but usually in the Unreal Engine 4 it shows preview as well as a static light. Yeah, static light for some reason does not show preview as well, but it will show preview, because stationary light is also supposed to be baked. But what it does, it is, to put it simply, it is not as super baked as static. It is a little simpler version of baking, but it also still casts shadow from dynamic objects. So when you bake static light, you cannot move light anymore, and you cannot move objects anymore, but the only static objects are affected. If there would be like static light and some dynamic mesh pops up here, it wouldn't cast a shadow. It would look like this. I move it around and there would be no effect, because shadows are just basically painted on the floor. But if we have stationary light, it still cannot be moved again. It is still baked for all the static geometry, just as static light, but it is still casting shadows for dynamic objects. It's casting shadow for dynamic objects. So if the dynamic object will move near the stationary, it will cast shadow. And also, stationary can have its intensity changed, not fully, but a little bit. Because if you set intensity to 0 for stationary, it would look kind of like this. It still have some baked light. So, and it is cheaper than movable, because movable casting shadows for every object. It doesn't care if it's static or movable, it doesn't care. Static only cast shadow for static, but stationary cast static shadow for static and movable shadow for movable meshes. But it cannot be moved. So it is cheaper than movable, but more expensive than static. Oh, you're not seeing. Oh, sorry. Yeah, this is a new setup. Okay, glad you told this. So again, thanks for pointing it out. I'll repeat real quick. So the movable light casts shadow for everything. It doesn't care if it's static or movable or anything. The static bakes light for only static geometry, and if there would be a movable object in front of the static light, it wouldn't cast a shadow, it would look like this. But the static light cannot be moved, obviously. And the stationary light, again, it also cannot be moved after baked, but it still casts shadow for the dynamic object. So if this would be stationary light, it would bake light for static geometry, and if there would be movable geometry, it still would cast shadow. And unlike this static, stationary can change its intensity. If you set it to 0, it would look something like this, and you can still change. Sorry. Okay, so stationary light is cheaper than movable and more expensive than static. And it has the cool thing as changing the intensity, but still cannot be moved. And there's also, I think I talk too much, and my throat is drying much quicker than I expected. And there is a downside to this approach of the stationary light. It has a limitation of the amount of lights that can cross each other. For example, if we take movable light and multiply it, would be very expensive, of course. And as you can see, there is multiple shadows for the object, but it doesn't care. And again, as if we place the static, as soon as we bake it, it also doesn't care how much light we have, because they're baked and that's it. You bake and forget about them. But if you have a stationary light and you have multiple light sources, I don't know if it's still the case for the Unreal Engine 5, but I know that for Unreal Engine 4 you have the limitation of 4 stationary light sources that can cross each other. Let me change this for stationary. Yes, this is the same for Unreal Engine 5. As you can see, these light sources have red cross around them, which is saying that they would not be calculated on the baking, because there's the limitation of 4 light sources is reached. If I move some light sources away, as you can see, this it is disappearing and appearing. So yeah, limit of 4 light sources around each other is the limitation of stationary light. This is kind of bummer, but still. So this is the general concept behind the baking light. Why it is important? It is very easy to set up. You just set up the scene and you bake it. But you have to keep in mind that all the lights that you bake, you cannot move them or change the intensity. There is one trick. I don't know if it's the case for Unreal Engine 5, but it is the case for Unreal Engine 4. You have this, let me open it, levels, and you have this persistent level and the other levels that can be streamed into this scene. And the thing is, you can create levels that have, yeah, it is the same here as well. There's a toggle here. I don't know if you can see it, but it's called lighting scenario. What it means? This, if you create a level and you mark it as a lighting scenario, thing is, it can have light sources only and nothing else, only the light sources. And then you bake it, and it bakes all the light maps separately. So you can have the same scene and set up, for example, I don't know, let's take the Hello Neighbor example. It was built with light scenarios. We have evening, morning, day, and night. And we have each level with lights, or each lighting scenario have different light sources with it for different time of day, and they're all baked. Some of them static, some of them stationary, some of them movable, but everything that is static and stationary is baked. And we have multiple levels for evening, for night, for day. And then you just switch them on the fly to change quickly from night to day. Yes, this scene is static. You cannot have dynamic light day cycle. But you can quickly change the scene. For example, you can use just movable light, but then you lose all the performance and you lose bounce light. For example, you can have a room set up with intricate lights, or I don't know, like Christmas lights or something, and then the same room without all this Christmas lights. And then you can just stream light scenarios on and off, changing the lighting of the room completely. Downside of this, that you have to keep all these light scenarios in memory, and it also occupies VRAM, which is a bummer. But again, you can have complex light cheap. That's it. So let's just talk real quick about the optimization of light, and we cover just the general idea here, because we have different light sources there. It's a point light, it's a spotlight, as you can see, spotlight. This is like a spotlight. And as I told you before, with like spray can, this is even more like a spray can. So it's basically spraying its light in this direction. Yes, you can change the spread and like all these parameters here, and distance, how far it will spread its colors. And this is, as I told you before, it's supposed to put the camera and like look and spray. So less field of view this spraying can has, so less computational power it requires. So this, since it's only, I don't know, making basically like 90-degree angle, it bakes only, not bakes, calculates only this amount of light. If we'll take this light, as you can see, it is circular. It emits lights everywhere in every direction. So it would be basically the same as if we put two of these light sources, set them 90-degree light, and then take the another one the same and put it back to back. So one point light takes, as it's not this like twice, but to put it simply, like twice as more as one spotlight, because it's spraying all over the place rather than into the confined direction. It's a very simple explanation, but it's the general idea. Also, how far spraying goes. This is called attenuation radius. It's basically how far the light propagates. Further the light, further the shadow goes, and which takes more computational power. So if you can use spotlights, use them rather than point lights. If you can change the attenuation radius to required minimum, change it. So less the attenuation radius, less the spread, cheaper would be the light. And also we have a huge light, which is a different beast. It's called directional light. It is basically not present in space. It's just in the world. It's our sun or moon or anything, like huge light. Rays of this light is parallel. It is covering all the world. It is also can be movable, stationary, static, just as any light source. But it is very, very expensive. But it's basically the sunlight. But all the stuff that I talked before is applied here. Okay. So this is just the general light information. If you have any questions about the light, maybe I explained something not very understandable, you tell me, and I will explain it additionally. This is a nice question. Aiden asks if the directional light for Hello Neighbor 2 Alpha was set to movable. Hello Neighbor 2 Alpha, yes, if I'm not mistaken, yes. I think I set it to movable. because we had a dynamic day-night cycle, and this sun was and the moon constantly moving. Yes, I think it was movable. If I'm not mistaken, some of the light sources, like how do you call it, like Christmas lights and other lights, they were static, and they were baked because they're always on, rather than sun, which is always moving. It was movable. And there's also one thing that you have like emissive material, that looks like it illuminating, and the Unreal Engine 5 Lumen supports it, like from the box. But Unreal Engine 4, you can bake light from the emissive materials. If you set some sort of checkbox, I don't remember where exactly, either in the material or in the geometry parameters. If you put this checkbox, you can Google it, you can find it pretty easily. Then you'll also bake your emissive light materials as well as light sources. So this is the general light concept. Okay then. Kokoska asks, should I want to use stationary light for light bulbs inside a house instead of a movable light, so it has all the benefits of static but casts player shadow? Well, it depends on what you're planning to do with these lights. For example, if you want shadows from the player, and you like must, but those lights are always on and do not move, like if it's not swinging lights, or you cannot switch it off, or I don't know, or like break the bulb, then yes. And if performance allows you, yes, you can use a stationary light. If the shadow of the player is not critical, and again it wouldn't move or change its intensity or turn off, then use static. Also, one thing that I forgot to talk about is casting shadows. Since calculating shadow is very expensive, come on. Oh, okay. And since calculating shadow is very expensive, we can turn shadows off for either for light sources or for geometry. For example, if I'll take the spotlight and there is a parameter here, I think you cannot see it. It's here in the parameters. There is a cast shadow checkbox. If you turn it off, you'll see that the shadow is disappear. So if I turn it off, it even if it would be movable, it becomes much cheaper light. It still can be used as a light source, but without shadow it is much cheaper. So if you must use movable and the shadow is not super critical, you can just turn the cast shadow off, which makes you will have like a movable light, but without shadow, but much cheaper. The downsides of it, that since it does not have shadows, light leaks everywhere, because it basically do not know anything about geometry. It just eliminates everything on its path. So if I put it here, it would be here the same, because it doesn't care about geometry, it lights everything. If I turn shadow on, you see it's, so depending on how you use your light, if it's just maybe like this in an empty room or something, and there is something and you do not care about shadow, you can use this light source without the shadow because it's just looks the same. But if it's maybe something dynamic or the light leaking is critical for you, then yeah, this is very nice point. Yes, correct. The light leaking in the first hall neighbor, due to it had no shadow because we was very amateur with the engine and the games in general, and at some point we realized that it is too expensive and we turned off shadows for most lights. We kept it for like flashlight and stuff like that, which player see all the time, and it's shadow on a flashlight is really nice atmosphere. Yeah, hide and seek, but the thing is, for I don't know, like most of light in hide and seek is static, because the scenes are all have like little to no dynamic to them, and it is all either stationary if the light's required or static, because you cannot turn it off, because in the original game you could like switch, flip the main switch and all the light sources in the house turned off. But since in hide and seek there is no such thing, all the light is either static or stationary if the shadows required. So yeah, and that's why hide and seek is much better, because it is much cheaper in terms of light. Funny thing that, yeah, by the way, one thing I forgot, and to save on performance, again, you can, as I told you, you can turn off shadows for light sources, but you can turn off shadows for geometry. You can select your geometry, and it's either B2. Yeah, there is a cast shadow check mark. You can uncheck it, and this object will not cast shadow, which would be again a little bit cheaper. You can go as deep as there's parameters. If this is checked, there's parameters for cast dynamic shadow or cast static shadow. So the object can be dynamic itself, like movable, but it will cast I don't know, no, not correct. It can be static, but it wouldn't cast a static dynamic shadow from the like dynamic lights, but it would cast static shadows for baked lights, for example. Still, you're saving on resources. Yes, correct. Some small object that are or object of less importance, yeah, can have shadow turned off for them. One thing is about shadows. Your message kind of reminded me of something. This is the second thing I forgot. Okay, so this is all the lights thing. In general, there was one thing that I wanted to tell And I forgot about it again. Okay. Oh yeah, I remember it. The one of the parameters here is max draw distance in the performance tab for light sources. There's a fade range and the max draw distance and max distance fade range. What it does, if I draw max draw distance, for example, like 1000, let's make it like 5000, a bit easier. And the thing is, if I set 5000 draw distance for the slide source and I move to 5000, like further than 5000, it would just turn off. But it looks, I don't have the proper, let me add the post-process volume here. So light would be correct. Oops. Yeah. Yes, so if I go to the further than 5000, it will disappear. If I go closer, it will appear. But it looks weird. That's why there's a other parameter under it. Where is it? Yes, that says max distance fade range. So it basically, you set here the fading distance. For example, let's say 1000. So right now, if I move, when I reach 4000, the last 5000, like last 1000 out of this 5000 would turn into the gradual disappearing. You see? So it looks much better. And if I change this fade even more, like 3000 for example, it will be just disappearing more smoothly. So that's why it's also useful to set the distance, max draw distance and fade range, depending on what type of light you're using. It also saves on performance. And about the light mass, as I told you, the light mass importance volume, you place it over the areas where you need to bake light with higher precision. That's basically it. You place everywhere in a scene, and but they're supposed to be on the same level as the light sources they are supposed to affect. Okay, so widgets and cutscenes later in the stream. Yes, I am planning to touch widgets and cutscenes later. Do I have anything share on rectangular lights? Actually, I do not. I barely use them for some reason. But in general, they are just different version, from my perspective at least. Different version of the spotlight. but instead of being a spot, it is rectangular, and you can change this parameter. So I guess, yeah, this is kinda the same-ish thing. And you also, yeah, can do this thing. Yeah, it is basically kinda like a rectangular spotlight. Okay, do lights automatically call out if there are numerous walls in the way and you're a little bit far away? I don't think so. No. I don't think that there is a such code in the Unreal Engine. Light would be there is a like hard cut, I guess, if you're like super far away. Let's see. Yeah, so at this distance, and it is very far, as you can see. This is our the light here, it cuts. I think you can still change it in the, if you must have it so far, but usually you do not have. Yeah, if you're super far away, it will kill all the lights, but I think it's the only way like to automatically. Oh, okay, so for those who are just joining, what we're doing here right now, this is a nice question. So we're discussing the certain aspects of Unreal Engine. Right now we just finished talking about light in general, how it works, and what are different type of light here in the Unreal Engine, and which what are better than the others, which are better to use in which cases. So this was the general light talk. And we also have a few topics left. It's widgets and cutscenes, and we'll cover them right now. Okay, so I think I will start with probably with a cutscene, because it would be much shorter than the widgets, because widgets is a quite big topic. And let me change the let me also let me restart the engine. Okay then. So the cutscenes. Let me check again. So what are cutscenes in the Unreal Engine? Basically, cutscenes are a way to manipulate certain parameters of actors. For those who do not know, the actor basically is anything in the scene. So let's create a cutscene here. There's multiple ways to do this, but one of the ways is just to right click. I think, yes, right click, and there's a cinematic level sequence. When we open it, we have our timeline here. So, as I told you, all that this cutscenes do is manipulate objects actors in a scene and manipulate parameters of these actors, to be precise. So, for example, let's take this cube, make it static, and we'll create a cutscene. Here we have tracks of what will be manipulated, and here's the timeline of how it would change over time. So we'll click add track, and there's a lot of parameters here. And the top one is add to sequencer. It's basically we're adding objects in the scene to our cutscene. If the object is selected, it pops up here saying add whatever object is selected, or you can pick any from the scene, but we'll pick the one we selected here. So as you can see, it just added here. There's the name of the object, and there's automatically the transform parameter added. So as I told you, you're basically manipulating parameters here and how these parameters change over time. That's it. Basically, that's all the cutscenes do. And for this static mesh, which is also supposed to be a static, there is a transform parameter by default, but you can remove it or add new parameters. So transform is location, rotation, and scale. We have our cutscene here, and again, the cutscene doesn't have to have a camera or anything. You can just animate practically or change parameters of particles or just anything you want. In our case, it would be moving. So here you can see all the controls. There's a like plus button, which will create the keyframe for this parameter in this moment of time, and there's arrows to jump between created keyframes. So our goal here is to move this cube from here to here, for example. So when cutscene starts, it's here, so we have to place initial frame. Oh, yeah, I pressed here on transform, so it created the keyframes for all transform parameters, location, rotation, scale, but I can just pick just location, for example, or if I go deeper, just for the X value, for example, or just Z value. But for the simplicity's sake, we're just set all the transforms. And then I, just as any regular timeline, I move it here, and I move where object I want to be, and then I place transform again. So as you can see, there is a line created. This line is displaying how this object would move over time, and if I scroll through this, like grab and move this thing, I would see that this object is moving. So basically we have two keyframes parameter here. So this saying that at this moment of time, which is 0, 0, 0, and it have this parameters here, transform, location, rotation, scale, these values. Basically cutscene is operate only with values. This value is here, and in this moment of time, when this keyframe, this values changes to different one. So when we move it, we will see here at the location and the x-axis, because we moved it by x-axis, we'll see how the numbers are changing, because basically all that it does is just changing the numbers of. And if I want to, I don't know if there is some sort of obstacle or something, and I wanted to hop over it or anything, I can add keyframes in the middle, just like any animating software, for example, like here, and I want it to be up here, and then I add keyframe. You also can use automatic keyframing, but it's not the case. And as you can see, I added new keyframe here, and this curve changed. So right now it's just moving through this. But again, all that I do is just changing these parameters here. So this is all the transform. So if we want to add parameters for actor, there's a plus here, track, and there's different parameters here. For example, like attach, we can animate when to which character, or like to which actor this actor is attached, and like for how long there would be the thing that you can drop here, and it will says that when it's attached to which actor. I will jump just first about some parameters, because it's actually very complex. Just go through over all of them, but just this general idea you could mess around with. One important thing: if you want to actors to appear and disappear only for cutscene, and you do not want to store them on a map, you can right click on the actor, and there is a thing that is very useful. It is convert to spawnable. Thing is, as soon as you press it, it changes. There is a lightning bolt appear here, and there's a spawned boolean parameter here. And the thing is, it says when the object is present or not in the thing. For example, if I put a keyframe here that exists prior cutscene, and then when it's here, it would disappear, and then it would reappear again. So you would see here that the green shows that it is visible, the red shows where it's invisible, and if I play it, you would see that it's disappearing. Well, thing is, if you place turn off it here before the cutscene starts, or like after, for example, the object would not be present. And if I play here, you'll see that there is no cube anymore, because basically we converted it into spawnable, so it basically did not exist here. So the thing is that you cannot animate all the blueprints. There is some limitations, which I'm not sure exactly are like for all the blueprints, but with the blueprints it might be a little bit different, and it might be better to switch like to animate the static mesh rather than blueprint, and then switch it back to the blueprint when the cutscene ends. So this is just a general idea for how to animate, and all this parameters, you might see this, there's like pops up here, this you cannot see it here. Okay, let's skip it. It probably would be too much. Yes, and this is exactly how it was done in hide and seek. Oh, there's a few questions. How long do I plan to stream? Well, probably maybe an hour, or maybe an hour and a half or so more. Sequence director, I'm not sure what sequence director is, because I might not know anything about it. Let me not sure what you're talking about. Okay, let's go. Oh, this one. I do not know anything about it. Sorry. But the cool thing is that you can still take the values of certain variables and operate them through a cutscene. But we'll not cover it today, but it probably would be too much. We'll just jump over the general things. So that's how you manipulate the object. Then, if, well, let me add, I think this is supposed to have like a skeleton. Yes. Let's add these arms. They probably have some animations, and I will show you how to use the skeletal mesh here. So we have these arms, which are skeletal mesh. When we dropped it here, it is have the same transform as it was before for the static mesh, but also there is an animation by default, new tab here. And you can click on animation and pick any animation of this, of the skeletal mesh. Let's find, I don't know, run, for example. And as you can see, it's added here. This animation is here. And if we play it, it would play it and then return back to not having an animation. Oh, sorry, let me put the phone on charge. Oops, sorry. I'm using the phone as a camera because it has better quality than the webcam, but it's just charging. Okay. Okay. So basically you can drop all the animations you want, like jump here, and when we see it plays animations here. And there's a few features. One of the simple one, if you put one animation over the other, you would see that they're mixing. So it would be like a blending between animation rather than switching. If I place it like here, it's switching between animations. But if I drag one animation over the other, they're not blending, which is quite useful. And if you right click on the animation, there's a properties, and you have all sort of properties like play rate and like a play rate, reversing, and anything, and you can do anything you want with it, basically. So that's for the animations, for the skeletal meshes. And let's go with the cameras and stuff. So there is a thing that called where is it? Oh yeah, there's like a shot and the camera cut. I hope I remember how to use it. Yes, usually if you have, well, I think there's different ways to do this. I read, for those who may be listening, the question Aiden asks is if you need characters to interact with the environment, how do you, and this is a complex third-person animation of the character interacting with the environment, how do you animate it? Because all the animations happens in a different software, like Blender, for example. And I think there's different ways to do this, but in general, yeah, you usually have somehow exported simpler version of this interactive area of your for your animations. If your character walks into the room and picks up an object from the table, for example. And yes, you have the table, you have the object, you have the basic room shape exported, probably maybe as like a single static mesh if you have scene built prior to animation. And then you animate it in Blender, and then since usually you have like a root, and you have the another bone that connected to root, and then you just drop the character into the scene, and it just like the root stays in place, but the other bone is moving the character around, just like it was moving the character in Blender, for example. So this is, but if you are creating scene prior to having the scene in the game, then you build it in Blender, and then you try to reassemble the similar scene in the engine. Okay then. Let's talk about cameras. There's a button here, create a new camera. You click it and it immediately adds a camera here. Yes, alignment, it's yes, you can export full levels. Sometimes it's overkill, but you can just select the objects and export them. But yes, you can export out of the engine as a static mesh. So when we add the camera here, it immediately, we like a piloting it. You can see here. So right now, if I move the camera, I actually move in this new camera. If I press this button to eject myself, I will see this new cinematic camera. And thing is that here with this camera, I have this camera button. When I press it, I'm again inside the camera. One thing, if you have this pressed but you're still not inside the camera and you do not know why, there is a parameter here, allow cinematic control. If you turn it off, I believe it's turned on by default, but if you turn it off, you might lose some of the controls. So yeah, keep it on and you will be able to do this. So again, when we add camera, it's transformed by default as it was for the other actors. This spawned here is also by default because it's spawnable. as we converted the cube prior, so we can choose when this camera appears or disappears. And there's a camera parameters like the aperture, the focal length, focal distance, and stuff like that. You can create all these keyframes for it, just like we do prior. And that's it. This is if you have like one camera. But what if you, and let's first of all animate this camera, for example. Which does something like this. It goes from here and maybe here. So right now, oh, okay. Not sure why it's not animated. Okay, let me check it. Okay, transform here. Oh, okay. I think I missed something. Yes, right now it's moving. Okay, so for example, we have this camera. Which do this very weird trick. And we have different camera, which will be doing the different trick. It will be here. Oops, sorry, let's delete those and place it here. It's like a this cheese. I don't know why it's so strange. Okay, what a weird camera. Okay, now it works. I don't know what was before that. Yeah, maybe I was piloting the other. So, okay, so we have two cameras here that are, why I have this animated, why not moving? Something weird with the Unreal Engine. Okay. Okay, one camera is still enough. I don't know why it's happening. So, but it's not the point right now. We have this thing that is camera cuts. Let me remember real quick how to do this, and then I'll explain it to you. Yes, so camera cuts, basically what it does, it switches between cameras. So if you have multiple cameras that are shooting the same scene from the different positions or anything, rather than jumping one camera into different positions, you have multiple cameras that are constantly shooting from their own perspective, but then you just cuts from one camera. Oops, sorry. Then you just cut from one camera to another. That's what camera cuts for. So here I have two cameras. One is moving and one is not moving, for example, for some reason. And then I added this camera cuts. Basically, this is the area shows how long this camera would be used as in the viewport. And we turn on camera here, and as you can see, it switches. Sorry, it's too fast, but it shows one camera, and then here it cuts to a different camera. We see it here, and then it cuts back to the other camera. So this way we can create a complex camera changing scene. For shots, this is a to put it simply, if you have multiple cutscenes and they are created like before, you have multiple cutscenes created, shots basically allows you to choose any cutscene and play this cutscene during this cutscene. So you can have multiple cutscenes with all these parameters and stuff, anything you want, and then you can have like a master cutscene where you can drop all the other cutscenes and play them in any order you want. So basically like stitching together multiple cutscenes in one using this shot. Okay, what is the, I think the few very important stuff here. This is the fade track here and time dilation track. Those two are quite useful. Fade track is, let me just leave one camera so it wouldn't jump. Fade track is created to do this like fade in or fade out, and you can have multiple of them because it's just basically one parameter. This, if it's 0, it do nothing, and we'll, for example, place it here. But then if it's from 0 to 1, if it's 1, it is just black, completely dark. So I placed here at 0, 0, and then also 0. So this part is just without fading, and from here it just start to fade in into black. And you can add here. So this is faded and this is faded. As you can see, it also shows you the fading effect. And then, for example, here I returned it back to 0. So, and we will have this fading, then it's dark, 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 and fading out. So that's why you can add multiple fades in and fades out during your cutscene. And what is a time dilation thing? The name is pretty self-explanatory. It is change the speed of time, like of the whole cutscene, but not only cutscene, but everything. For example, if the cutscene is playing in real time and the characters walking around and they touching the physical objects, for example, like boxes, and you animate like the character walking. But if there's a physical objects, it would just push them away. And if time dilation somehow activated, I will show how it works. Anything on screen would be slowed down or sped up. It is useful in a cutscenes where you need to tweak something, and there's no physics or particles or anything, or if you actually need to slow down, like in the Matrix, for example, when the Neo is avoiding bullets and he's like falling like this bullet time thing, you can do this. So it is also from 0 to 1, just like a fade, but in reverse. If it's 1, oh no, sorry, it's not from 0 to 1, it's just any value. But 1 is just normal flow time. If it's 0, time don't move. If it's like 5 or more, the time moves faster or slower. For example, we'll start here with 1, and then I place, let me check, like this cutscene plays here this way, and then I will change it here to 0.2, and then it would be 0.2 here. So it would just move in right now, and then very, very slowly will just moving. And you can see the cube also moving slowly, and everything moves slowly. And then maybe I would change it to move faster, for example, like 5. And you can see it moves normally, then it slows down, moves very slowly, and then super fast. So we can use this. Yes. You can also control time dilation through blueprints. It's not a solely cutscene thing, but yeah, you can control it through a cutscene. Okay then. So one more thing about the cutscenes in the Unreal Engine. I think this is very very important when you animate stuff. It is more useful with, for example, with transform, for example. No, but yeah, it's useful with anything. Basically, this is a curve editor. Those people who are animating, they know this thing. When you click on it, you see this curves pops up, and these curves are showing you. I selected this cube, and this cube, as you remember, is just, let me move it to the side, and this cube is just moving. Let me also turn off cutscenes. The cube is just moving by the, and the fade track. Cube is moving by the x-axis, and then it just goes up on the z-axis and disappear, whatever. But here it just moves on the x-axis and then moves up. And if we select our cube, transform here, we will see. We'll pick a location, x-axis, for example. We can see the whole thing, but we can just pick the x-axis. You will see that it's how it changes over time. And here's this z-axis. It also changes over time. And rather than moving objects, I can manipulate stuff here. If I move here, you see that objects rise up. So I change in this curve. Or if I want the object move differently on the x-axis, I can also change it. So it would move differently. And also you can do this stuff, and you can, yeah, basically this is just like any 3D animating software. You can, let me do this. Yeah, so you can select one thing, and then you can change, break it, and then move only one part of it, and do the animations the way you want. And I guess that's only one thing to go here, is how this stuff, because by default you can see that there's like circles which are this indicator of the how do you call it? Yeah, this is interpolation. How it goes between one value of the parameter to another. Since, as I told you in the beginning, all we're manipulating is the numbers. So here the location and like x value is changing over time, and the question is how it's going to turn from one number to another, and there's different ways of changing. I'm not going to dive too deep, but in general, like the cubic auto default is what you see here. Is just it start like is in, and then it just goes, and then just is out a little bit, so just curved. But we can change it. We can select any point we want. Let's select all of them and change into linear. Linear says that there is no easy in or easy out. It's just changing constantly from one value to another. So it's just changed into triangles here. And when we select here, you will see that there is no only curve. It's just straight lines between one parameter to another. No is in, no is out, just straight lines. And if we change into constant, it is turned into cubes. And what it does, it just change this value to the desired as soon as this like playhead reaches this point, and we can see it clearly here. So just keep it here. Oops. So as soon as that reaches here, it just changes immediately to a different value, as well as this one. So which is also useful in some cases. So I guess that is the general understanding of a cutscene. So I think let's take a quick break, and then we'll talk about the widgets. And I feel like for such a workshop thing, it would be much better for me to like plan much more strictly. So it would be, the information would be more packed. I'll work on it for the next streams, so it would be more useful, because right now I guess it's quite haphazardous. Yes, Aiden says that I have a question for cutscenes actually. So yeah, let's answer this question and then we'll take a 15 minutes break. So the question is, with blueprints you can trigger a cutscene by, let's say, walking into a box trigger, but how can you go about creating a versatile cutscene blueprint that you can reuse over and over again? You mean how to create the blueprint that you can assign any cutscene to it and then reuse it blueprint in different places? That's what you mean by your question? Well, to be honest, the blueprints is a really nice topic, which I really want to talk about, and it's required some preparation and it's quite big. But in general, if we just simply hop into it, let's just do this very quickly. We have an actor called BP cutscene starter, something like that. So we have a blueprint, and this blueprint don't have anything. So let's add here, for example, like this trigger box. And then add here the variable, which would be our cutscene. Or how they actually sequence, level sequence. And we'll make this variable of the level sequence. Object reference, and we'll make it visible. Okay, so then what we have here, we have a box which is supposed to trigger a cutscene. So we'll very simply create the component begin overlap, and then since we have here the first person character, then we'll do this cast first person character. So when object overlaps, we'll take the actor which is overlapping right now and cast into the first person character to check if it's the character. We can go about different ways, I don't know, for example by changing this here parameters so it would only check for pawn, but we'll not going to do that. I will just put it simple way. So we're casting, so if the first person character overlaps this box, it will go here. If it's something different, then the casting would fail because it's a different actor, and it goes here. So since we need to play, so it goes here, and we need to play our cutscene. So we'll take this level sequence and we'll drag it and play. That's it. Play. I don't remember if it's or like start. I don't remember the controls. Just start. I thought it's play. Maybe it's the different. Maybe it's anim sequence. Oh no, it's not the anim sequence. I don't remember the. Yeah, it's supposed to be level sequence. Yeah, I think it's supposed to be level sequence actor. So and then we'll just play it. Of course, it's just a super simple implementation. So basically, what we have here is just the blueprint. Let me drag it here. It's our box. And we have here the level sequence variable that we created. It is here. And we can pick the level sequence that is, I think it's supposed to be on the map. Let me check it. Yes. Then we can assign any, I don't know how to show it better. This level sequence is on the map, and then we're assigning it here. So if we have a multiple cutscenes, we can choose multiple instances of this blueprint and add here. So right now, if I go there, I think it's supposed to play the animation. Yes, so I overlapped it and it's now playing. So if I would have a different cutscene, I will just simply choose the different cutscene here, and I can have multiple instances of this blueprint, which would trigger, it is the same blueprint, and all I change here is this variable, and it would play different cutscenes. Would we need to add do once at the end? There was no point of adding do once at the end, because there's no reason for it, because it's just oops, because what do once does is just when it goes, well, thing is, it's if you mean like doing here, so if I would overlap it again, I wouldn't play the same cutscene. If you're saying this, you can do it like that, but it really depends on when this cutscene is supposed to be played or anything. So it's really case by case. The question is how exactly you want this blueprint to work. Should it be like the other variable that cutscene played, which is checked? So there's a different ways to do this, but it really depends on what your goal you're trying to achieve. So there's no one fits for all. Like if as I usually say, there's no right or wrong way to code. There's only less efficient and more efficient way, or more reusable, or basically like efficient. And you can do this as a simple thing, but again, it really depends on how exactly you want this thing to work and what are the broader how would you say it, like architecture of your game, how all the stuff works. So it really depends how this might work. So to put it simply, yes, you can do like that, but again, it's not it might not fit for all the cases. Okay then, so let's take a quick break and then we'll jump into widgets a little bit. I'm back. Okay, let's maybe change the light a bit. Okay. Hey. Let's give a minute for for people to join. Thanks. Before we start talking about widgets, I just realized that this Unreal Engine tutorials are supposed to be easily understandable, supposed to be really prepared in advance in terms of cherry picking the only useful information to deliver it smoothly. So I feel like for the future Unreal Engine, I kinda gotta be prepared better, because I feel like this stream is all over the place. It's still night though, but still. So about the question, Eden asks about lighting. So do you have to bake directional light every time you make changes on the map? Oh, it's two different questions, I guess. Oh no, yeah, this is one question. Yeah, so two things. First of all, again, not sure how baking works in Unreal Engine 5, because maybe they are changed something. But on the Unreal Engine 4, if you are moving the static meshes that are affected by static light, yes, you have to, not like you have to, but the object that was moved so if it had a shadow before casting somewhere, or on itself, for example, which is more important, and when you move it, it loses all pre-baked light, and it's become lit as if it was a movable object, which would be standing out in comparison to other static objects. And if it had a shadow before, the shadow would be attached to nowhere. So if it's this severe case, you have to rebuild the light for it to look correctly. If it's a directional light, it is affecting a lot of objects at the same time. And usually, yes, if you move something, it is a good practice to rebuild everything, just because of course it's not the end of the day. If you moved one single object somewhere, maybe no one would see it, but usually if it was baked, then after it was moved, it would be clearly visible that something wrong here in terms of lighting. So usually yes. Well, I think is that you don't have to. There's two things about baking light. Yes, baking light takes time, and especially if you choose the higher quality preset, like like production, for example. It takes ages. And there's 2 points to that. First of all, you do not have to bake it all the time. Yes, if it's crucial, like if you're making build of the game, or if you need to initially bake it to even out performance, because before you bake the light, even if you set it as static, it still behaves like movable. So before static is baked, it requires just as much computational power as movable. So after you bake it, it becomes cheap until you move it. And the thing is, yes, baking a whole map takes time. And that's why there's two approaches. First of all, you're not bake it every single time. Only when you actually need it for, I don't know, as I said before, either build the game or for performance, or just see how the light works here in this scene in particular. And the other part is usually in the big studios, when there is a big map of the game, when you start the baking light, there is I don't know, let me see if we could see it here. When you start building light, at least in the Unreal Engine 4, there here in a you couldn't see it behind my face, but there is in the low, I think for this map is not built-in light, yes, because it is the lumen map. But the thing is, when you start to build in light, I don't know how to but basically here, when your like Windows clock and stuff, and there is a tray of background apps, you can see there is a thing called Swarm Agent or something like that. I don't remember. There's like yellow Z on the icon or something. I don't remember exactly. And when you open it, you have parameters to set up your baking light. And you can assign multiple computers to calculate the light. So if you have the office, for example, or at home you have more than one computer, you can connect them via network, and then when you press build light, it will combine all the computational power of these multiple machines to calculate light faster. So that's the thing. But yes, building light takes a lot of time. I remember when we did the first Hello Neighbor, I was baking the light just at home, and I had I don't know, like NVIDIA 1080, and the big map took a lot of time. I just pressed bake light and just went for like drinking tea, and yes, creating a render farm, exactly. How much of the stream is left? I think around maybe half an hour, maybe a little bit more. Okay, so the question is, if you have directional light on a separate sublevel that is streamed in, it will not create shadows for building or foliage, will it? How would you comment it? No, it will. It will only if we're talking about the fully dynamic movable directional light. Yes, it will create shadows, no problem. But if we're talking about baking light, if this level is streamed in later, and it has its own geometry and directional light, so when you press bake light, it will bake only. If it's not streamed in immediately, it will bake. Supposed to be baked separately, and then if you stream it in, I don't think it will cast shadows because it's static light. But if all the sublevels are streamed in from the beginning, I think it's supposed to bake light normally. Okay, so if it is static or stationary again, and the light on a separate sublevel, if this sublevel is visible from the beginning, then everything would be baked properly. If you just stream this later and it is turned off at the time of baking, then but it's baked separately, or the sublevel is fully baked separately. When you stream it in, yes, the shadow wouldn't be casted by the baked light. Lime says that the static and stationary generate shadows, but they may be lower quality. No. If the light is baked, static would not cast dynamic shadows, and it wouldn't have the cascade shadow maps before, because it's static. On the other hand, the stationary will, since it's casting for the movable objects only. I'm not sure about the integrating direction light into the level that has, let's say, a skyscraper. The direction light is, it really, as I said before, there is no right or wrong way to do stuff. There's either less efficient and more efficient. And the question is, what exactly are you trying to achieve? What are you streaming, and what is, why stuff are not streamed in the beginning, and why they're streaming later? What are the stuff that you're streaming? There is no how do you say it, rule that would be applied to all the situations. It's usually case by case. You see, you look at your stuff and you're trying to understand what would be better. But since I'm not sure what you're trying to achieve, I cannot give you the solution. Because if you're streaming, like, direction light is useful if you need basically like a sunlight in a big scene. But if you're streaming direction light, it means you're streaming a lighting for a huge scene. Yes, so you say that you want to make a town with a convincing daytime lighting, but yes, but you then why direction light wouldn't be streamed in the first place? Since you have a town, then you created the map with the sublevels, and then you baked light. So that's it. Everything is baked. Everything is nice. Or you want to stream the whole town later, or what? Okay. Let's talk about widgets. So widgets is quite a big topic on its own, because the widgets are working. Basically, it's its own blueprint thing with its own stuff, and it's quite a big topic. But we'll try to cover like general useful stuff. So yeah, just to answer the Aiden's question about the town. Usually it works this way, that everything is it really depends on how you want to do this, but if it's really huge, I think the Unreal Engine 4 have this I don't know how it called before that. In Unreal Engine 5 it's called World Partition, but there was something in Unreal Engine 4 for like big maps. But if it's just not a huge map, but just a regular big map, there's multiple ways you can do this. For example, you can have like calling to, if the map built a certain way that you cannot see everything on the map. So it's something that far away it can disappear. Also, there is a thing that called HLOD, which is basically like a huge chunks of map that is baked into like LOD clusters. You should Google HLOD, you know what I mean. And if you have a like big map, you can bake this HLODs, and then you could still look further into the map, but as it goes further, it would display at a lower quality. It would be like a regenerated, simpler LOD created by the engine, which would also help to save performance. And the stuff like that, you can show all the, if it's houses with the interiors, you can bake everything without, like each house interior is different sub-level, and then you can bake whole map without house interiors, and then when you go inside the house or getting closer to the house, you can stream this house interior, or you can bake light with all the interiors activated, like visible, but then turn them off, and then when you go inside closer to the house, the interior loads, so you have only one interior loaded at a time. But again, it really depends on what you're trying to achieve. Okay, let's talk about widgets. So, what are widgets? Let's create. Yeah, I'll create for those who might not know. To create widget, you right click and there's a user interface and there's a widget blueprint, and you click the command class. So, widgets. What are widgets and where they can be used? So basically, widgets is a interface thing. It's like a UI. and you can use it either like for menus, in-game menus, any kind of menus, or maybe I forgot the word. What? Oh. Like inventory or crafting, any sort of UI. Also like in-game on-screen information that displays your, I don't know, like life or maybe stamina or anything, or like a crosshair on the middle of the screen, also widget. And you can create 3D widgets inside the world. I don't know, like arrows pointing somewhere, or letters appearing, or anything either informative or interactable in the world also can be created by widgets. And the widgets are sort of interactive construction blueprint with its own logic. So let's quickly dive into the widgets. So here is the widget we created. It is empty, there's nothing here. And widget, I don't know if it's called this way, I call it like Widget Editor. This is when you open the widget, you have two screens to work with the widget. This is designer, it's here, it's selected now, and the graph. So the designer is where you visually assemble the widget. The graph is basically a logic part. It is blueprint, but with its own widget twists on it. So there is no event begin play, there's event construct, for example, but there is still event tick. And there is some functions that are widget only, but the general idea is practically the same. So here we have nothing. And let's create a simple menu, for example. I will go through the most useful elements to construct the widget, and I will not be able to cover all the diverse possibilities. I'll just cover the general ideas. If you would find it useful or maybe need additional information, I would gladly dive into it more. So, to put it simply, let's take the canvas. You can select all the widget elements here on the left panel, and there's different types of stuff. But usually it's easier to start with canvas panel, and you just pick it and drop it here, and it will create like hierarchy of the elements, just like in Blueprint. So here we have our panel. When I click on this edit item, I have its parameters here to set up. So here it is. So right now I will show you the adding of different useful stuff. Let me find, for example, is the you know what? Okay, we'll go with do it differently. Let's start with text. Here's text. Oops. And again, we can just drag it and drop it here. And thing is, when you hover it, you see some descriptions. Canvas panel is fairly expensive, is it? Let me... The canvas panel is just for you can just it depends what you want to do. If you want to place the elements as it says in the description in a certain kind of position on the screen, the canvas is very useful if you create a menu or something. If you're creating just like a button, you can reuse later. I will return to it soon. Then you probably do not need the canvas. But for this sake, I will use the canvas. And there's a few general things about these widget parameters. They have anchors and position here. Anchors is saying where this, for example, we have this canvas. It is basically like our screen. And we have this text. Let me... workshop text. I can set this checkbox size to content, so it would be text. And I can move it around, but no matter where I place it here, you can see that this anchor is still here. What does it mean? For example, if I place it here and then someone plays the game on a very wide screen monitor, for example, not like this, but something, I don't know, like weird, something like this, then as you can see, the thing is still attached to this corner. So it would be still attached to this corner no matter how wide or weird the screen is. It will still be here. And that's why it's useful if I want to this information be like here. If it's like the buttons that saying press this back and this to select or something, then I can select this thing and choose anchors. And here's the information. Hold shift to update the alignment to match. Hold control to update the position to match. This is useful. Again, I can just place it, click it here, and then this thing is here. And now if I change it, it will be stuck in the corner. This is very useful. About this control and shift, just experiment with it, you will see what I mean. If I press shift, oh no, sorry, if I press control, it will just snap this to this thing, but you will get it if you try it at the shift or control, depending on your situation. You will understand why it's useful. Okay, so okay, canvas is somewhat heavy, but again, we're just covering the general ideas, not to deep dive into it, because there's so much stuff that I'm not sure where to start and where to end. But the anchors is a very useful concept. Then what are since there's a lot of stuff that useful for different cases, but there's a few stuff that are most useful, and those are horizontal or vertical boxes. What I mean by that, like we have a text here, and let's add a button real quick. So we have a button, which is empty right now. Let me check. Change text for button. So we have a button which has its anchor here, and we have a text here. That says press the button. And the thing is, I want this text to be on top of the button, for example. So there's stuff like a vertical box. Here's a vertical box. We'll add it to our canvas panel. Here it is. I'll just move it into the center, and we have this vertical box here. It is empty, and there's size to content thing. When you click it, it seems like it's disappeared, but it's still there, just very small because there's no content in it. And then what we'll do, we'll take our button and text and we'll drag it onto the vertical box. So now they are children of this vertical box. And now vertical box is the size of this stuff. And as you can see, both of them are together right now. And when I move this vertical box, this is like one chunk. And if I click on this stuff, there is a parameters of how it aligned. For example, if I have a button, I can make it like align in the middle or on the side, but it would be weird. Let's do this way. And there's arrows so that we can move stuff around, and we can add any amount of things. For example, if we have a, I don't know, icons for inventory or anything, and you can stack. Let me duplicate buttons. So here's each button is, and they're all children of this vertical box. I can also change maybe this padding on top and on the bottom, so it will be more visible. So as you can see, you can change by clicking on stuff. You can change this padding on left, top, right, bottom, so it would be divided like that. And you can add as much as you want. And this is very useful for aligning objects. And there is the same concept, only the horizontal box. Let's find this one. I also drop it into the canvas panel, and there's a horizontal box. I also say size the content and move it in the middle and add more text, for example, and drag it to the horizontal box. It added text immediately, and then I'll drop more text and more text, and as you can see, they're all now horizontally. Let's also add padding on the left and on the right, and as you can see, again, it is. And the cool thing about it, that we can stack anything together. Again, if I take one more vertical box, add it to the canvas, and I can add both of these boxes to this vertical box. Let me size the content and move it to the center. So now I have this vertical box and this horizontal box stuck into another vertical box, which is right now is quite weird, but it is very useful for you to use this boxes to align stuff, like icons in the inventory, for example, or elements of the menu, like buttons of the menu, to be aligned this way. I think right now it would be just random examples, but later we will make something small, but like finished, like small game with a simple menu or something. So it would be more practical to see the result. So the buttons, the texts, and the vertical or horizontal boxes on the canvas with the padding and the anchors are like the base, in my opinion, the base concept for everything in widgets. There's a lot of stuff. You can add images, checkboxes, text fields, a lot of stuff. But the button, the text, and the horizontal and vertical boxes are very, very common and useful. So you can build a lot of stuff just with this 4 elements. Then what we can do. Let's go into the how would be better to do this. Okay, let's do this. There is a again very useful thing here is bind. As you can see here on the side, you have this bind parameter. What not all the stuff have it, but some of them. What bind parameter does? You can, if you click it, you see like create binding, and there is nothing here. And when you click it again, because here I selected this press button text, and then I clicked remove real quick, and I let me again remove this real quick, and I clicked on this text, and then I create binding. What it does, it creates a function here. It is automatically give it name get text, and this function right now have nothing. It means that whatever logic we will have here, then we can, in the end, we can transfer it here as text. For example, if we have some sort of parameter that we receive as a, let's do this real quick. Speed, I don't know, for example, and we receive this parameter through the other blueprint. I would not show it how right now, but just in general, like speed. And then, yes, of course we can just connect it here as is. So each time this parameter is changed, it will be reflected here. Right now it wouldn't, but when everything is start, I think it, yeah, we cannot see it here at the moment, but this one is grayed out, as you can see, because when this blue widget, let maybe drop it here on the, or I think I can't do that, I need a blueprint. Okay, let's quickly create a simple blueprint, and we add a widget here, just to add a 3D widget, and we'll add our widget here in the blueprint. And I think if I'll just start, yes, when I start, it shows 0 here. Let's just drag the player here so I wouldn't should run everything. it changes to 0 because it is binded to this function, and what this function does is just take this variable speed, which is 0 right now, it just transfer it here. And what is the this 0 thing, or this speed thing, can be achieved differently. We can connect other blueprints here, don't matter. In the end we have a float variable that we transfer here. And for example, if we want to say something not like 0, we want to say speed equals and then the number, we can do it different ways. Either we do it here, we have this the text, let me just, by the way, one of the useful if I let me just change it real quick. So there's a text saying speed equals something, and then let me remove binary real quick and then change it. So right now we have it says 99 by default, but it will take this speed value when we start, and then there's the speed, but they're like weirdly on top of each other. I want them to be one after another. Then there's a multiple ways to do this, but the fastest way is that I can select both stuff I need, right click, and then wrap with, and I can wrap with all this stuff. And right now I want them to be horizontally one after another, so I choose this horizontal box, and then voila, they are one after another. But right now this speed value is it's going to be 0. So when I start it, it's with the speed 0. And I can do it differently rather than doing this way. There's a nice trick here. I can have a there's a thing that a string data type can have like append, and this is basically like an array of strings that can be returned here. And since we have just a number speed, but if I want to make it like a speed like kilometers or something, I can drag it here. It will convert float into a text, and then I can add like a space and kilometers, for example. So what we have here in the end, we have a number as a text, and then space, kilometers. So I attach it here, so it converts string to text. I compile, and then when we'll start the game, we'll see that there is speed is 0 kilometers. So this is dynamically adjusted. So when the numbers are changed here, they would be transferred here, and they're updating constantly because this is like a pure function. It updates all the time. So this is very useful thing. Yes, the text will be updated. We can do something weird, for example. Let's do something very inefficient and weird way, just to prove you the point. Oh no, I don't even have to do that. okay, let's not do this because I think it will just too much for this stream. Okay, so let me check the notes. So as you can see, this is the most useful aspects of widget is to the buttons, the vertical and horizontal boxes, the text, the padding, and the binding functions to the stuff. There's a few stuff that is very useful. Those are here. When you create binding, yes, you can create like the full function here, but there is very useful and more efficient way. For example, if let's open the first person character here, and this blueprint does not have much of parameters. Let's add, just for fun, health, for example. That is something. And the thing is, I have this parameter, and if I add into this widget the some kind of blueprint, in our case it would be the first person character, how transfer this, how they transfer this data about this character here, it's another story, but we'll cover it later in the different stream. But here, imagine that we're transfer this particular character here, and now this widget knows that would be this value. So the thing is, let's change it to health, and now we can use a different binding. You can see there is a character appeared here because we added the character here, and if this variable would be valid, so that would be actual character, because right now it is empty. Here there's no character here, but if some blueprint transfers this data here the character, you can create binding without even creating a function. You can just select this blueprint, in this case character, and find the parameter that you want. In our case it was the health, it was this, and when we will start the game it would constantly updating health, and when I click here we will see the character health. But since right now, yeah, let's do this real quick. Not very efficient, but get actor of class, first person. This is not the way it's supposed to be, but we'll do it very simply. And then we get a widget, get widget, and then cast to workshop widget. So we have to, I will not dive into blueprints right now, what is casting and why it's done, but here, and then we can set this character variable that we created, and we'll set it by ourselves. Oh no, sorry, no, not ourselves, but this character here. So as you can see, this health here is 100, and then let's add something very weird, like num plus, which would be increasing health. By and then the thing that would be decreasing by 1. Here. So technically, when we're start right now, yeah, and as you can see, it is changing dynamically. Does it actually? Because I thought, because usually I use this plus add, like +1 thing. But let's see. I never. This is maybe a. Probably it's supposed to. No, it doesn't work. Oh no, it works. Ah, nice. Even better. I think in this particular node it is the standard markers. I don't think you should tweak it, but by the way, it's, yeah, it is set itself right. But you can change your own stuff here. I can increase by 5, for example. Okay. So, and about the widgets, what is the one of the most really important stuff with widgets, and it is the same with blueprints in general, that is that instead of doing a lot of similar stuff, you can reuse them because you can control them. For example, let's create the different widget here, and this widget would be let's call it info window. And what can we do here is let's add like border or something. And now, and let's add text. I think I need a canvas. Yes. Okay, so what we're doing here is we have a border. Let's place it in the middle, and we'll add in text here. And the text would be, for example, add info text here. Oops. And we'll have okay button, for example. Oops. Wrap with a vertical box and add a button to this vertical box. This is just a very simple version, just to give you the idea. And there would be a yellow button or something with the text. Text saying okay. So we have a basic window with the text and the OK. And how it can be useful? We can select this text and create a binding here. And here we can add a variable. Oops, sorry. Info text, which would be a string. And this get text thing would take this info text and set text. So when we set this info text, we'll do this thing and it will update text here. So the cool thing that that we can reuse this window. We can add logic to this button and the text, and then rather than creating multiple similar types of widgets, we can create this blank widget. Then we can replace text with anything, or even the button text, or like button logic. But it will be the same, and I will show you how it works. So here we have a text, and let's do this maybe. Let's. How we should do this? Simple way. Okay. Let's just take this blueprint. Our widget blueprint, and maybe change the widget for a different one for our info window. We have it here. And what we're going to do here is we are taking this and again, if it's too complicated here, do not hesitate to ask questions, and then again we'll cover blueprints in the future. Right now I want to show you the general idea behind this thing. So here we have a widget, and we set this info text thing, and by the way, you can, rather than creating a variable here, you could just pull it here and then promote a variable. Then we'll leave it as info text and then make it visible. So So right now we have this thing. If we'll start it, probably, yeah, there would be no text here. So now we can create multiple blueprints like that. And then we can select, and since we are added this variable here and make it instance editable, we can edit each instance on a map. For example, hello, how are you? Or maybe, do you want to quit the game? I am Widget. And when I play, you'll see this is the same window, but it has different text. So basically you can show this window on screen. I just placed it in a world, but you can have different pop-up windows for the player. Like, do you want to quit the game? Or are you sure you want to apply the settings? Or just something in game, but you can reuse the same blueprint. To say even more, you can go into like smaller chunks, because this this consists of a button and a text. But also, if you want all the buttons to work the same way, you can create not the whole thing, but just button as a separate blueprint, and you can add it here. Let me show you this. It's called info. So we created blueprint here. It is a window, but it can be just a button with parameters that we need. And as you can see, if I write it here, it pops up here, and then I can add it here, and here it is. So if it was a button, I could add multiple buttons, for example, which is very useful. So I can create one widget of a button, and it would be the same button. I can tie up the different functionality here to the button, and I, like, clicking here would result on event here, and it would be different event, but the idea is reusability. Yeah, about the pre-construct. Yeah, let's touch this a little bit and then we'll finish. So what pre-construct is? Basically, pre-construct is a sort of visualization that would happen before the game, kind of. I'm not sure if the pre-construct, I think pre-construct do not, when the game starts, it do not use it, it use construct. It's sort of like the construction script, kind of, not exactly, but yeah, it basically shows you the cosmetic changes here. Since we have this bound to the get text, I'm not sure if we can call this function. I'll show you the pre-construct in a different kind of way. So let's do it this way. I'll show you this simpler version because I don't think I can call this function here, but let's unbind this here and make it a variable. So I make it a variable, text as a variable, so it would appear here in the variables. So we have this text, and I can set text, and right now it is just saying add info text here, but if I add I am pre-construct, and then I'll add it here, so then it would, as you can see, I am pre-construct, so it just performed this logic. Pre-construct is useful if you need to construct something like, for example, menu that have like certain amount of buttons, and you can construct them on the fly to see how it works. I think it is very close to what construction script in Blueprint does, kind of thing. But I'm still not sure if it starts, if it's applied in the game. Let me see. No, it is. Everything is pre-construct, yes. So it starts here, and again, and I think after that is event construct called. So pre-construct, you can construct the widget, like all the buttons you need to add, if it's dynamic value, the amount of buttons and stuff, and then event construct can perform the main logic. And again, yeah, you can always uncheck it and it will return here. So I guess this is the general thing, but it is a very wide topic, the widgets and how you can communicate between widgets. It is a very huge topic. I think we barely scratched the surface, but also we covered a lot today. We talked about light, I talked about cutscenes, and the widgets. I'm glad if it was helpful, and I really want to make this series more often and make it more robust. So the information, because for myself, I usually, when I look for stuff, I really want to something really compact and informative, and I will add timestamps for this stream, but still I want it to be more compact. And yes, and even I learned something new today. So I feel like I want to touch on the blueprints on the next streams, but we'll discuss it in the Discord. So what would be more useful and interesting? And I guess that's it for today. In the future, I will try maybe to compact somehow this workshop streams into something more like bite-sized data that you can jump and use, and using timestamps would be even more useful, just to click through the most important information. We'll see, maybe we'll create a small game where we can cover all the stuff, or maybe at first we will cover stuff randomly, like the general ideas, and then we'll jump into creating something small, or maybe we'll discuss ideas for the game and we'll create this small game on the stream. Who knows, it might be useful. I really like that you're happy with the information. Yay. So again, if you have more ideas or questions that we can dive into next, just drop them into Discord and we'll discuss them. And then again, next stream would be in 2 weeks, and I hope we'll collect enough information what we want to discuss, and I'll prepare myself for this properly. So thanks for everyone for joining the stream today. We started when it was light, now it's dark. And yeah, and also Aiden goes to the vacation, so yeah, I guess we'll meet again in 2 weeks. Thanks everyone for being here. It was really a pleasure to share this Unreal knowledge with you, and I'm happy that you liked it as well. And let's meet and talk about this stuff on Discord, and see you in 2 weeks on this stream again.